The all-consuming Red Death. 600 years ago, King Arthur led the Great Escape from the homelands, where our kingdoms were ravaged by the plague. Leading people to Avalon, he started the Age of Conquest and took the island from the Four-Dwellers. Using the mysterious powers of Menhirs, together with Merlin, they cleansed the land of the weirdness, a primordial force of chaos and possibility. But now, long after the death of the king, Camelot is in shambles as Avalon fractures into chaos. Old legends are gone, and the weirdness is creeping back into our lands. The bleeding heart of the plague has started beating once more, and the Red Death has returned. Rulers of the island asylum, an order of the Red Priests, are desperate to stop it by any means necessary. Rotting in one of their cells is a stranger who might bring a spark of change to this cursed island stuck in everlasting autumn.
Rise and shine, rise and shine. Yes, it's me again. And I hope this time you'll cooperate without me needing to repeatedly hit you in the face, eh? Look, we just have to get this over and done with. Unless you want a visit from someone upstairs. And trust me, you don't. Just like before, no food until we're done here. And the moment you start getting on my nerves, we're going back to my tried and tested fists. So, tell me, what were you doing in the forest when the Red Shields caught you? Common thief. I knew it. So, are you one of those who sneak in and steal whatever's valuable when nobody's looking? Or one of the cowards who shoot people from a distance? I figured. Your predecessor in this cell knew how to put up more of a fight. I'm missing a tooth thanks to him, but he's missing more. Look closely over there. See that little white gleam on the wall? Bits of his skull. Okay, that was easier than I expected. Now, unfortunately, we'll have to start...
I always found it puzzling that these people won't bathe. You, I understand, you're literally rotting in this damned cell, but them, there's just no excuse for the stench. There they are, finally. I know, you have a million questions forming in your head, but they'll have to wait. One of these keys will open your cell. When you get out, head left. I'll scout ahead.
will burn. The Prophet wants you dead.
You took your sweet time, eh? But I understand. I did too when I was leaving this place for the first time. You have to admit, the Red Priests are quite resourceful when it comes to death and dying. Great question, truly. But in case you haven't noticed, we're still within the walls of the island asylum. When we're out, then we'll talk. I'm told this path leads to the beach. I don't know how, but if it's true, then I'll wait there for you until dusk. Good luck.
you here to help me leave this place? I might be. I do not know. Was I sent here for a reason? Did I end up here by accident, like you? I wish I could answer. I cannot remember. I know I am not complete. I remember I once knew who I was at some point, but I do not anymore. I just am. I do not know. I think it is some kind of prison deep in the weirdness. Why are you here? Are men here? That would explain the weirdness surrounding us. I've been here for what seems like an eternity. I feel I am getting restless. You are looking for a way out yourself. I think we might be able to help one another with that. I shall do something now. But trust me, the discomfort will be worth the outcome. I am sorry I did not ask for your permission to do that, but I hope it was worth it, as promised. I found a bit of emptiness within your heart, a place where I could dwell for a while. It seems that I am a piece of a shattered soul, judging by my abilities. I used to belong to what your kind would call a four-dweller. I have already told you, I need your help to leave this place. And when we are out of here, I will need your help finding the rest of me to make me whole again. I feel I am but a shadow of what I once was. Look for what is left of me whenever you step into the weirdness. I know your kind tends to avoid it, but you do not have to be afraid. I will be your shield against the darkness. I will try to help as much as I can, but I need you to hold up your end of the bargain. Thank you. We shall meet again then. Find the weirdness and look for me within the darkness.
There he is. Now that we're all here, meet your new comrades, Conquer and Syria. Get some rest, people, and prepare for the journey. We're leaving at dusk.
Not so fast, brother. I'm not getting near a goddamn boat unless I know where I'm going.
Away from here, brother. Isn't that enough?
You wish. But since we're all here and we have some time to kill, it would be nice if you finally explained what the hell's going on. You've helped us leave our cages, great. But even though we're grateful, you owe us an explanation. What do you want from us?
To show some damn gratitude for one thing.
Caradoc, we weren't born yesterday. No one would risk getting into trouble with the priests for nothing. Why did you save us?
I need you to kill King Arthur.
You're insane. He's insane.
The King Arthur that has already been dead for 600 years, King Arthur.
Precisely.
But he's dead.
You probably wouldn't have heard about it among the tribes, little Pict, but every single time things go down the shitter on this island, a bunch of cowards in Camelot bring our once and future king back from the dead. It's happened before. It will happen again. And soon.
What a load of... fine. Have it your way. Let's say I believe you.
You can't be serious.
He believes that. There's no point in arguing with a madman. But that still doesn't explain why you saved us, Caradoc.
I wish I knew why I was ordered to save you three specifically. Personally, I don't see the appeal, but I don't question my orders, and if you get on my boat, you won't question mine. Understood? Now get some rest. The tide's not right just yet, but it will break and start working in our favor by dusk.
Fine. But where are we going, exactly?
To the Horns of the South.
Nice. A bunch of glorified fishermen who hate my people. Why would we stop there?
Do they teach you, Del Rita, anything? To take the Excalibur, obviously.
Obviously.
He's truly insane.
You'll see for yourselves soon enough. Now pin these emblems to your clothes. They will grant you free passage to the Horns. And get some sleep. You all look like you're about to keel over, and we have a long journey ahead of us.
I have a bad feeling about all this. I wish there was some other way of getting off this cursed island. I trust he won't kill us until he gets what he wants. But what he wants is, well, you heard him. It's pure insanity. So we're in the hands of either a madman or a liar. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Because someone ordered him to. That's what worries me the most. Think about it. He helped us escape, and nobody even tried to stop him. He just came and went as he pleased. His employers must be some powerful people, and when powerful people take an interest in you, it never ends well. You're not serious, are you? Are you really asking me if I believe that some shadowy people in Camelot resurrect King Arthur whenever they need him, and then fling him back into his tomb when they don't? Trust me, no matter what Caradoc claims, weirdness cannot bring back the dead. The only thing it can bring is misery. Yes, he's also awfully confident for someone so outnumbered. There is a strange aura about him. I can't put my finger on it. But I'll be honest with you. Right now I couldn't overpower a kitten, much less an armed mercenary. I'm not sure we can count on Conquer either. He looks tough, but... well, the priests were sure happy to have him. Still, if push comes to shove, we might be left with no choice. What about them? I feel like I should be offended, but that's the first thing that's made me laugh in weeks. Or months, even. So I guess I should thank you instead. There's not much I can say, really. I don't like the horns. They're heavy. But I have to learn to live with them. I can't just saw them off, because I already know that they'll grow back again. I only hope nobody will sell me to a circus. I've seen my share of mutations caused by weirdness, both in people who got caught in the fog and those who stepped into it of their own volition. Some came out with a tail, some ended up turned inside out. So I know for a fact that it could have been worse, much worse. In the end, they're just horns, and my lungs are still in my ribcage. Same as you, I guess. Wrong time, wrong place. The village I was passing through got raided by the Red Shields. Someone must have really hated their neighbor, if you know what I mean. They snatched me up too. Said that since I was an outsider, I was most likely the one who bought the plague. Scum. You better remember that I can push you off the boat, and I will if you don't learn to mind your own business. We could, but what if we get caught again? Gods only know what they'd do to me now. The bastards were already getting bored sawing off my horns and watching them grow back. Besides, look around. Nothing here but rocks and maniacs in red. I'm afraid Caradoc's boat is our only option. It might be for the best. Something tells me we'll all need our strength.
All right there, pup? Ready to kill a king? Ha! No, but I've met other men like him. It's best not to argue with him. And if he keeps his word and gets us off this blasted island, I'll even help him get his fancy sword. I don't mind beating up some lightkeepers either. Pack of self-righteous pricks, annoying as hell. Ha! Like they could do anything to me. Bunch of wet rags. You'll meet them, you'll see. They go on about duty and honor and protecting the South. Yeah, right. They can't even protect their own arses, so they just sit on them inside the walls. Miserable gobshites. Just thinking about them makes me want to hurl. Ha! What's there to worry about? If that shifty old bastard tries anything, I'll send him to meet his dead king in the afterlife. Maybe that'll straighten him out. With great bloody difficulty, that's how. What's it to you, anyway? You think you can try your luck now? I wouldn't count on it. A dozen? Ha! They wish. Those bastards laid a trap, hoping it'd be easy pickings. They ended up needing damn near a full army to take me down. Spineless pricks. They make my blood boil. I swear to you, one day I'll come back to this place, slaughter them all, and then burn it to the ground. There was maid, there were women, one thing led to another, and I woke up with my pants down, surrounded by gobshites in the red. I was fighting with my bare ass hanging out, and I still managed to kill a dozen of them. Useless knobs. Must have added something to the mead. Hell no. I ain't letting anyone touch me unless I'm in a brothel. Ah, shite. Just remembered they don't have any of those in the Horns, and I thought this day couldn't get any worse. Anyway, worry about yourself, or the lass with the horns. I'll live. Which tribe do you want to know about? Volker, Svein, Theod? You'll find as many of them as fleas on a mutt. And the only thing we all agree on is that Camelot needs to be put in its place. It's about time we reminded them why they wanted us to come here. We came to this blasted island as one people, but Camelot forgot that the moment they stopped needing us for their wars. They think their shit doesn't smell, and that we're just a bunch of stupid savages that'd happily get killed for a bag of coins and a pretty promise. Bunch of smug pricks. That you will, Bob. That you will.
I told you to get some rest. The journey ahead won't be pleasant. The sea is angry today. Because I was told to. And there are certain orders you just have to follow, whether you want to or not. I wish I could tell you, but I have no idea where it led. And I don't want to know. All I know is that I was supposed to show you the way. The question was whether you were meant to see it through. It seems you were. I don't need to know, and I don't really want to know. You can explain it all to my patron when we get to our destination. Everyone's working for someone, but don't even hope I'll tell you who I'm working for. You've proven you're a survivor. You still haven't proven we can trust you. All you need to know for now is that we're heading towards the Horns of the South. There, we're going to take Excalibur, and then be on our way. Yes, the one and only. Listen, I can see you have a lot of questions, but I truly have no intention of answering them. Maybe you can just get some rest instead. Well, we'll have to see about that, won't we? Yes, I know it's hard to wrap your brain around it, but you'll either trust my word or you won't. The man has died several times now. It's time somebody got rid of him for good. Because it's against nature, and his sins are way too big to let him persist. Nothing could bring me more joy than seeing his empire finally crumble. You thought what you saw in the island asylum was bad? That's child's play compared to the forbidden rituals they performed to bring his carcass back to life over and over again.
You have decided to trust Caradoc, at least for now. You have embarked on your journey towards the Horns of the South. But as soon as you found yourselves at sea, black clouds gathered over your heads, like tangible proof that there must be some curse on you. Soon the wind was howling, and the gargantuan waves were towering over you. You found yourselves in the heart of a storm. The only thing you remember is the deafening roar of cracking wood and then darkness. You open your eyes. You are alive.
This place is creepy as shite. How much longer do we have to wait to take down that damn goose? 4 days and 4 nights. That's what the arsehole told me. Set. Didn't see that coming! Do better than that! You fight like a milkmaid! Fight like a milkmaid!
We'll make short work of you. Did that hurt? Good.
This is going to hurt!
no match for our band. You're no match for our band. I'll make you pay for that. We ain't safe here. Something's not right. I'll teach you to respect me!
What's happening? In the name of the All-Mother, what are you doing? I could have stabbed you. Wait, I haven't seen you before. But we don't just let anybody in, pal. You need to have, things, proof. Things to prove you're safe. For Haven. Yeah. Oh, this pin, I can't say I see it very clearly right now. But it looks important. Very official. But I remember Fergus said something about this. These, emblems once. Oh, yes, I remember now. I welcome thee, ye, royal person, on behalf of the keepers. You are a great friend to our own. Welcome. Please speak with Fergus. He's our quartermaster. He runs things round here in the captain's absence. He'll greet, thee properly. Have a pleasant, rest of the day. Open it up, boys!
All mother's tits. I've just about had it with this bunch of repressed virgins. And who might you be? You don't look like one of them. Oh, do I now? You would be too if you had to deal with those sniveling morons when they're up to something. Don't look at me like that. You don't get as far in life as I have if you can't smell bullshit from a mile away. There's something fishy going on here, but I'll get to the bottom of it. And here's a brilliant idea. You're going to help me. Straight to the point, huh? Don't worry, I'll pay you. And who knows, you might even get a discount on my wares. I just need you to go to Brandon and find out why that slime ball is pretending not to know I'm here. Tell him I'm waiting with his delivery. Although I'm pretty sure he knows this already. You don't know? He's the captain of this entire circus. I thought since they let you in, you must have had an in with them. But it turns out you know even less than I do. There's something going on, you know? They don't want anybody to know, but I can feel it. I've been doing business with the captain for years now. Then, suddenly, I find myself stuck here. They won't let me further in, not even to set up camp in the village. But they won't let me out, either. Anyway, good luck to you. Come and visit if you need anything. You do realize you won't score any points with the Keepers by helping me, right? Those holier-than-thou soldier boys have no idea what it takes to be a merchant in this sorry world. The things we have to do sometimes aren't exactly done according to the rulebook. All right. A woman named Ness has my cargo and I need it back. I have no idea where she is, but she must have been somewhere near Smuggler's Bay at some point. That's a good place to start looking for her. And yes, you'll get paid. Just bring me the wares. You're back.
A new face. It's always nice to see someone new here. Welcome. Why didn't I notice you earlier? Yes, my apologies. Ever since breakfast today, I've been sort of lost in thought. I keep thinking of my dear mother's cooking, especially her famous pie. You see, all we got here is venison and fish. Venison, then fish. And then fish, and more fish. I can live with all the bullshit that's thrown at us soldiers. But the longer I live, the more I realize there's not much to live for, except food. And I'd kill for a slice of that pie. As if it were that easy. I ain't much of a cook. And Rorik, the one we have here, well, he says we're soldiers, so we can stick our complaints up our asses. Really? Sure, I remember it well. Here you go.
I'm Caden. And you? You don't look like a capable archer, my friend.
Well, I'd rather you didn't come any closer to our shooting range, or the bows. We have all the archers we need, so I don't encourage anyone to train, especially after what happened the last time. Me and the two other boys were sent to help Mark, our hunter. We were supposed to hunt a Wyrdbeast that was roaming the area. It must have come out of Grubwood. I was tracking the bastard when suddenly I saw stars. I thought I was done for. It turns out I got an arrow right in the arse, shot by the kid who was walking with Mark. Since that time, no one can use a bow in the keep unless they get my permission. I still can't sit down properly. Yeah, you could say that. I'm the best archer after Mark. And after that incident, the quartermaster ordered me to train the boys. We can't afford potential casualties if some nutter or out-of-control kid gets his hands on a ranged weapon. My butt will be the last instance of collateral damage. Ha! Sure they were. The keepers sometimes get passes so they can have some fun in the tavern. One time, they came back, completely sloshed, and organized a shooting contest. Arrows were flying everywhere. They even hit the captain's horse. And that's why the captain doesn't have a horse anymore. A keeper without a sword? Good enough for the kitchen, but nothing more. Not that I have anything against Rourke. He's a pretty decent cook. Mark got it, in the end. It was a massive son of a bitch. A deer, overgrown and turned inside out. Vicious as hell. Thoroughly messed up, I'm telling you. Worse and worse monsters are coming out of that damn Grubwood. It's a truly cursed place. A complete mess. I don't recommend you ever go there. If you don't get eaten by a monster, you'll drown in a swamp, and it just gets worse by the day. The keepers used to patrol the area near the forest, but now it'd be just a waste of men. Your hands are shaking, your fingers are crooked, and you're a bit cross-eyed. That's all bad. But the fact that you're not even aware of any of it is even more alarming. It also means that archery is definitely not for you. I bet you couldn't hit the target from this distance, my friend.
Welcome. In the name of our eternally reigning majesty, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table, I am obliged to inform you that fighting those who actively break the law and reject the rule of the crown is the duty and pride of every subject. As Camelot's representative, I will be paying a bounty of 10 gold pieces for the death of each bandit roving the area, as long as adequate proof is provided. But really, you fought bandits and killed them? Ooh, I want to hear all the details. Here's your reward, but promise you'll tell me everything. Again? You really like killing, don't you? Do you pierce them with arrows from afar? Or do you prefer doing it up close to watch the light fade from their eyes? I have so many questions, but for now, here's your reward. That's correct. My name is Cillian. I was sent here from the capital to see how the Horns of the South are handling the bandit problem, and also to encourage the keepers to fight. The situation with the Pict and Del Rita savages is precarious. Too bad we can't get rid of them as easily as we did with the druids. There have also been rumors that we might soon have a civil war on our hands, so Camelot cannot afford to spread our forces too thin. I don't really have much more to tell. It's hard to get any updates here. I only know that the new Lancelot has not been very popular, and that's putting it mildly. The Witch Morgaine would have been burnt at the stake long ago if everyone weren't so afraid of her. And then we have the commoners who seem to keep forgetting their place, and loudly demanding changes. Everything is falling apart. There are rumors that the Rita tribes want to unite, and that would mean open war with Camelot.
As for those pig savages, they've been growing bold, leaving their forest. For now, it's just been small scrimmages. But who knows how it'll end. Well, you've probably heard about the druids making human sacrifices by stuffing people into wicker puppets and setting them on fire. Well, the people decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. They rounded them all up and then sent them up in smoke. Oh, how they must have howled and sizzled. Too bad I couldn't see it. Yep, made human sacrifices, prayed to the dark gods, brought the weirdness back. Bunch of bastards. Good thing they're worm food now. Most of them, the survivors have supposedly taken refuge with savages in the woods. And one of them is rumored to be hiding in the Horns area. But whether that was before or after the Charred Conclave, I don't know. Would you like to hear about him? His name was Slaudyard. He was lurking near Blood Lake, a small pond where they used to throw the bodies of executed convicts. They say he would fish them out and use his magic to turn them into undead monsters. Supposedly, he started needing some fresher corpses, so he slaughtered one of the keepers. The Horns organized a manhunt. They found him and sentenced him to death. People say that the moment his body touched the surface of Blood Lake, the water turned red and it's been scarred since that day. Some say that Slaudyard came back from the dead and seeks revenge. But if you ask me, it's just a tale by local simpletons. None so far. The keepers don't want to risk being turned into pincushions for a mere 10 gold pieces. Besides, the captain banned them from leaving the Horns of the South without a good reason. Too many bandits and not enough keepers. Well, Camelot would send a group of knights with Sir Galahad at the head, and he's not interested in half measures. He'd probably burn down half the garrison, or hang them. He's done both. By the way, did you know that people who are hanged rarely die from strangulation? Usually the sudden jolt causes the backbone to snap, which separates the head from the body. A while ago I saw someone hanged in the village, and it's true. One snap, and it's done. No matter what you say about him, he's very efficient. Brutal, even by my standards, but efficient. Oh, sure, plenty. Did you know that apparently if you cut off someone's head, they don't die straight away, but remain conscious for a few moments? If someone dies in a damp, closed-off space, sometimes, but very rarely, their body creates a thin layer of wax on the surface of their skin. I heard that a body decomposes in water 4 times faster than on land. I need to think. If I remember anything, I'll let you know. Oh, hey, before you go, I can see the bloodlust in your eyes, you know. It takes one to know one. So here's some friendly advice, free of charge.
If you are seeking scum to slay, you'll find bandits in the ruins of a merchant settlement nearby. It's worth visiting if you haven't already.
Blessings upon you, stranger. May the word always resonate within your soul. What do you mean, my child? Indeed, my child. I have served in the Horns of the South since I turned 20. So, it's now my 40th year in the service of Kai and this noble abode. As for the asylum, I only know as much as my brothers deem necessary to relay to me in their letters. I only receive reports on their progress towards curing the Red Death. I'm afraid that I simply cannot believe your blasphemous words without proof. So it's your word against the word. Let's leave it at that. Certainly, Kai's blessings know no bounds, but sometimes it's useful to seal them in a handy flask. May Kai's word always guide you. In the word, you will find solace.
Let me guess. Camelot, no? Timberwall, also no? So you're not from the north? Ah, of course. You must be from Connacht. I should have guessed that right away. So, who's in charge there now? Nowhere. Never heard about it. It has to be a shithole like no other. And I think I won't learn much about politics from you. You know, people are talking about rising unrest in the north, and a secret coalition preparing a coup at the highest levels of power. And that whole plague thing is just a tool to reach their final goal. The Red Priests are also trying to get something out of it. And it's not going too bad for them, to be honest. The druids are out of the picture already. Well, sure. They want to establish a new order on our island. And it's not clear who's involved in the whole mess. Maybe our captain is even involved? Hell knows. They'll have their people everywhere. Damn it! You could be one of them too. Although when I look at you, I don't think so. You have such a stupid face. With all due respect, of course. That's the case. Those sons of bitches are good at hiding. They kinda blend in and live among us. It's hard to tell if it's hideous magic or some other tricks. Wait a minute. I'm not suggesting anything here. I'm just thinking out loud. It doesn't make sense that the plague appeared just like that. Out of bloody nowhere? Hell no. It's a high-stakes game. Power over us, of course. Over our bodies and souls. Over Avalon. Over the whole damn course of history. You see? It takes one to know one. And that means we're just pawns. Folks like us won't change anything. But we have to talk out loud. It suits them when everyone keeps their mouth shut.
If you're here to see the healer, don't bother. He's a quack and a butcher who likes to watch people suffer. And I mean it! He's a know-it-all from Camelot, but the truth is, he doesn't know shit. All those learned types think they're better than us village folk, just 'cause they read a book. And we've been getting by just fine without any of their crap. I came to him with a toothache, asked him to make me something for the pain, and you know what he did? He said my tooth is rotten, and then sent me to Osbrit to get it pulled out. Sounds like horse crap. My grandma was smarter than your lot, and she couldn't even read. She knew how to make a proper potion for a toothache. If I was any good at mixing that stuff, I wouldn't need to deal with quacks like Heber. I even gave him my grandma's recipe, but he said it was no good. No, Heber took it, the plonker. Said if I don't know how to make it, I shouldn't have it. And that he doesn't want some questionable homebrew medicine spreading through the keep. You will? Oh, you're a lifesaver. Tooth saver, yeah? No matter.
Mandrake root, parsley, and a pig's heart? How is this supposed to make any sense? How can it even work? Oh, sorry. Do I know you? I'm terrible with faces. Either way, glad to make your acquaintance. I'm Jan Heber, a physician raised in Camelot and trained in the Royal Academy. Lanzo knows very well what he must do. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can do for him. Either he removes the tooth, or it will keep hurting. Yes, his grandma's miracle medicine. I honestly don't have time for village superstitions. I had to confiscate the recipe as well, lest he tries making it himself. As if I don't have enough problems already. No, I thought I made myself clear. If you want an excuse to drink yourself to oblivion on moonshine, just drink the moonshine. No need to add other potentially dangerous ingredients. Yes, and I'm pretty sure that's the only reason people think those things actually work. It's obvious. If you drink enough alcohol, you eventually stop feeling pain, along with your entire face. Well, to be fair, the base recipe is pretty harmless. But what if someone decides that if they don't have carnation, it's perfectly fine to substitute it with devil's snare, since the color is more or less the same? Or sage with wolfsbane because leaves are leaves. I'm sorry, but I know these people well enough not to trust them with something like this. What? How do you... You know what? Fine. Do whatever you want. But if it causes you to shit yourself for 3 days straight, don't come running to me. Why would you, though? Don't you have better things to do? Aha, got it. So you're up for work, not out of the goodness of your heart, but as long as it gets you what you need. Good point. That is a very good point. But all right, if you're a mercenary, then I do have a job for someone who'd be willing to risk their life in exchange for material goods. Back at the Academy, I found an ancient scroll written by the druids. Forbidden knowledge, especially now, after the mob forced them all into a wicker man and burned every last one of them to ash. I finally deciphered it a little while ago. It describes a ritual that needs to be performed at night within a stone circle. And guess what? There's one in the nearby forest. I guess you already know what I need you to do, hmm? That is an excellent question, but I don't know. From what I've been able to decipher, it's a summoning spell to bring something or someone to our world. That being will share its great knowledge with the one brave enough to summon it. I need you to remember what it says and repeat it to me after you're back, word for word. And here I am, thinking that everyone's already heard about the Charred Conclave. Well, it wasn't the proudest moment in our history, that's for sure. You truly don't know. At some point, the villagers all around the island decided that the druids were responsible for the Red Death, and all other ailments of our times. They rounded them all up in a massive wicker man north of the Forlorn Swords, and burned them all to ashes. Hundreds of years of knowledge gone within the blink of an eye. But, well, that's what's bound to happen when you stop paying for people's education and invest in keeping the elites fed instead. Is some local witchcraft I've been trying to make sense of. I guess I'll find out when I try it. Experience is the best teacher. Don't worry, I'm not testing anything on the others. Graham the Mad, a great Camelotian physician, used to say that a real doctor would never give his patients something he hadn't tried on himself first. A wise approach, which I follow myself. What irony? Oh, that was unexpected. Here, take it. What will happen, I have no idea, but please tell me, if you live to find out. The pursuit of knowledge is always dangerous. That's why it's reserved for only the bravest of the brave. It takes true guts to face the unknown, to realize just how little you know, and how insignificant you are to the world.
You alright, newbie? Have you already been to the refugees? I can't believe they just hanged poor Cole like that. What a mess. Cole came to us with a group of refugees from some nearby villages. They were looking for shelter from, well, everything that's been happening here. Bandits, the weirdness, the Del Reader, hunger. I was happy Fergus let them in and allowed them to stay. You'll meet them in the village. They live in the buildings up high. But ever since they showed up, a wave of thefts has swept through the village and the keep. Nobody caught the thief in the act, but one of the retired keepers, Tadgen, insists he saw Cole sneaking out the victims' quarters at night. I don't believe that, drunkard. I think taking care of the local community is the duty of the Horns of the South. Wait! If you ever meet Beatrice, poor Cole's widow, please, give her these flowers. I know it's not much, but I'd like her to know she's not alone. I support her, and the other refugees. And I am sure that there are more of us.
Hey. Hello. Are you also wondering why the heck we need them? Lighthouses. Why the hell are Dara and his workers pushing so hard to build the second one? Is one not enough? Is it because one is less than two and less is worse? I mean, two lighthouses next to each other are almost the same as one, and ships don't even sail this way anymore. But two taverns, of course. One to drink in, and the second for when you're already drunk. Ha! Aye, why would they? The waters are treacherous, so no ships. Storms and the weirdness are a deadly combination. Besides, who'd have the time to build or repair them? There are enough problems on the island. We don't need more. You can stay here and serve. Sit in the tavern, drink and eat something. If you're looking for an adventure, you'll have to go elsewhere. There's things happening out in the world. But, you know something? Here in the south, everything happens late. It's a big world out there, and a small one right here. Well, not much going on here, as you can see. Things have been a bit different lately, due to the refugees. One was even hanged for theft, but I can't say much more as I wasn't there. If you're interested in the horns, you should visit our museum. You'll learn more about that fella, Swal, or whatever his name is. Aye, it's boring, but at least you don't have to pay to enter. But almost nobody goes there anyway. What do I think? As long as they follow the rules, they can stay. And if they don't, then they can hang. That's all. Folks are saying that there's some other group, probably more dangerous, not so far from here. If they come closer, well, that wouldn't be too good.
Sir, I haven't seen you before. I wasn't expecting any guests, and you don't look like a new recruit. And yet, Odrin let you in. He's not drinking again, I hope. Most unfortunate, but that explains why you just strutted into the horns. I'm afraid I'll have to take action. The name's Fergus, and I assume you already know that I'm the quartermaster here. Now, State your business. And please, try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see. Yes, I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns. And this makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he? If what you're saying is true, he must have had a deal with someone well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain. However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table. But nobody's that much of a fool, I think. Fortunately for you, I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Nothing about helping you out with whatever you're up to. And let me guess. If you have friends among the knights, then you'll be wanting to talk to the captain, right? Well, that ain't happening anytime soon. Because I said so. What? Did you really expect that you could just enter our keep and head straight for the captain's quarters? There wouldn't be much point in having walls and guards here if anyone could just do that, would there? Anyway, welcome to the Horns of the South. Make yourself at home. First of all, you have to prove yourself trustworthy and capable. I can't let just anyone into the captain's quarters. He's a very busy man, you see. I don't want to waste his time. We've been having trouble with the dead lately. The kind that don't want to rest in peace. There are more and more of them roaming the area. It might just be the weirdness, as it has been steadily creeping closer from the north, but somehow I doubt it. Seems like the problem lies in the old cemetery. As far as I know, the fog hasn't reached it yet. You could go there and find out what's happening. The captain forbade anyone from leaving the keep, so I couldn't. And truth be told, I didn't particularly want to. We don't get many recruits, and you're, well, your words, not mine. After you leave the keep, just turn left and then stay on the road. Here, I'll mark it on the map for you. It's old. From what I've heard, it even predates the Horns of the South. The keepers and the people from the village below used to bury their dead there. But after the flood, it's been pretty much abandoned. Yeah, damn druids. They flooded a village of innocent people just to show everyone they're still in power. Fat lot of good it did them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad we got rid of them. The things they could do were unnatural. There is a local legend about a dark druid named Slaughter? Slaughter, that was it. He was a necromancer rumored to be able to raise the dead and make them do his bidding. It's quite an old legend, though, so unless he managed to raise himself from the dead, I doubt he's behind this. Good. Try not to get yourself killed, and get rid of whatever's been causing the problem. That's one of our tags. Every soldier gets one when they pledge their loyalty. I just hope the body you took it from was already cold, because killing a keeper would land you in some serious trouble. You know, here's what I'm thinking on that. If you stumble over any of our fallen keepers out there, bring me their tags. Sure, they're sworn to stay here till the bitter end, but they have families who deserve to know what became of them. It's part of my duty, but since I can't send any more beyond these walls, maybe you could lend a hand. I'll pay you for every tag you bring back. You know where to find me if you come across any more. Yes? Why not? Don't tell me you're afraid of ghosts. Just don't annoy them and you'll be fine. If you need to rest, you can sleep in the barracks. It ain't a royal chamber, but it's better to sleep under a roof than under the stars, right? Especially in this horrible weather.
Welcome to the Museum of the Horns of the South, the southernmost keep under Camelot's jurisdiction. My name is Rydderic, and I will be happy to introduce you to the rich history of this fascinating place. A history that began 623 years ago with the first keeper, Sewell Firstfoot. I'd also like to bring your attention to our numerous exhibits that are, as I like to say, inanimate witnesses of the history of the Horns of the South. The museum holds a collection of 72 items of the so-called movable, tangible heritage. The collection includes big and small items that represent the world surrounding the keepers of the Horns of the South, from the 1st to the 6th century of the Avalonian era. Here you will find militaria, craft tools, everyday objects, furniture, textiles, coins, religious artifacts. I'd say all exhibits are worthy of your attention, but I could point you to the ones I personally think to be the most notable, or subjectively, of course, the most interesting. Those would be the items that used to belong to Sewell Firstfoot. We have his signal horn and also his boots. Those boots were the first to touch Avalonian soil. What is also worth mentioning is the tableware used by King Arthur himself during his visit to the Horns of the South in the year 15 of the Avalonian era.
Of course it's interesting. I don't understand how it could not be. It is part of our history, our cultural heritage. But I digress. Really? Do you mean it? Oh, thank you. That's really nice to hear. I'm not used to positive feedback. I'm getting there. No. Where was I? Ah, yes. The keepers of that time. The tableware is made of tin coated with silver. It consists of a plate, a bowl, and a chalice.
The edges are decorated with the motifs of Camelot, a crown and a bear. However, those ornaments are of visibly low quality. That detail, and the fact that those are the only wares from that time that have survived to this day, leads us to conclude that this set was cast specifically for that occasion, and that it was finished by a person unfamiliar with this kind of craft, perhaps a blacksmith or an armorer.
Oi, friend, a question. Do you know why people always stop and watch a blacksmith at work? Because he's riveting. It's good to see a new face in this sad hole. Oh, of course, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Osbreed, the local master of hammers and anvils. Do you need your blades sharpened? Ha! Friend, I wish. But the only task I could use help with might be a bit too delicate for you to handle. But unless you're a master goldsmith, then feel free to prove it, and I'll have work for you immediately. There's just not enough of them to go around. And now that we're on lockdown, there's not much demand for my services either. Ever since we lost our great mine, I've been working with scraps sent over here from Camelot. Which one? 'Cause we had two. Both shut down, unfortunately. Well, that's a good question, but I'm afraid I don't have an answer for you. One day we received an order to set off explosives at the entrance. Some keepers protested. They were asking about the miners inside, but the higher-ups decided to go ahead. They buried the miners alive. Maybe it was for the best, to be honest. The people who worked there was something wrong with them. And the iron they brought out of the mine, there was something wrong with that too. Well, at first, the workers were terrified. They kept telling stories about whispers in the dark and that kind of thing. Then they started saying that when they were mining the ore, well, it seemed to be singing to them. We all assumed they were just overworked, you know, not getting enough sunlight or fresh air. But it was more than that. Things got worse. Some of them went mad. I've heard horrible stories about those miners from my friends who were stationed at the East Gate. The captain had no choice but to hang them all. If you were anywhere close to the East Gate, you must have seen the blood lake. That's where the miner's blood went. At least that's what the stories say. All I know is that ever since they sealed off that mine, there haven't been any more monsters creeping out of it. And that makes me happy. Simple pleasures in life, you know. No, nothing special about that one. You can see for yourself. Its entrance is at the beach near the east gate. With the materials mostly depleted, it made no sense to dig there anymore. We did get some solid iron from there, but that was when I was still young. Wait, now that I think of it, I might have a task for you. You seem like the kind of person who could wander around this damned island with no fear of getting stabbed by some bandit, right? You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I'm so bored here. So bored. It would be nice to work on something other than Keeper's Blades again. If you happen to wander near the Forgotten Cemetery, keep your eyes open for any old relics. Bring them back, and I might be able to come up with something special for your weapons. Magical, I mean. Shh. It's one of those things that everybody knows about, but nobody talks about openly, you see. I've learned how to infuse weapons and armor with certain powers. It's a family secret passed down from my grandfather, but it's based on ancient druidic magic. It's not something you'd want to advertise here. Not with all those Camelot banners hanging around. Well, if you're not up for hunting for magical artifacts, you could always bring me some upgrade materials. They can work wonders on your weapons. Basically everywhere. But if you need them, like right now, I'd start in the sunken village. They had a decent workshop there, and I'm sure the bandits didn't loot it all. Not with all those monsters creeping around.
new face. I haven't seen you before. It depends on who's asking and why. Yes, it's pretty. I know what it means, as I'm pretty sure I know where it came from. That's for sure. All you need to do is take a walk around this place instead of sitting on your ass inside the horns like the other keepers. You say I'm supposed to offer you help? Well then, do you have questions? You can see I have plenty of time. It would be nice to talk to someone who's not a keeper. I don't meet many outsiders these days. So, hello. I'm Marg, a hunter in the service of the Horns of the South. You aim, and then you shoot. Always sneak from upwind. That's about it. But I never refuse those who want to learn. As for the monsters, we have drowners and a few Brindlow's dens. And if you ever end up in a cave, beware of the flame gobblers. Oh, and I've noticed an old influx of the undead from the old cemetery. They've always been there, but at the moment, it seems like there are a lot more than usual. I'm self-sufficient enough not to have to ask for help. However, I suppose I could help you. Share some of the things I found during my hunts. Everything is interesting around here. West of here, you'll find the sunken village. It was once the beating heart of this region. If you go northeast, you're bound to reach the Archspire. It's worth seeing its glory with your own eyes.
Who goes there? Are you the one responsible for all that racket? People here are trying to rest in peace, damn it. You should be. These folks fell into their eternal slumber a long time ago, but some of them have turned out to be very light sleepers. Not their fault, but we should at least try not to wake them up. I'm telling you, ever since people started burning their dead, it's like they've forgotten proper manners in places like this. I know everything that happens here. If you're looking for some juicy gossip, Becca from the third row south still has no idea where her husband is. They were supposed to be buried together, you see, but he never showed up. The scoundrel. Everyone here thinks he got remarried and chose to rest with his second wife. Not me. I think he probably got eaten. Oh, that would be Master. He's been at his experiments again, I'm afraid. Getting the folks around here all agitated. Putting them back to sleep again is going to be such a chore. Master is Master. He commands the dead. I don't know much else. I'm here to serve, not to ask questions. Dunno. Usual. Glowing chalk, candles, and dead bodies. I even saw some new faces recently, but they didn't stay long. It might be. Do you think it's odd that I don't seem to know that? Maybe I forgot. My memory is not what it used to be. You want me to betray his trust that easily? We barely know each other. I wouldn't tell you even if I could. He promised to bring back my family. Truth be told, it's been so long that I'm not sure it's even possible anymore. But I'm happy where I am. The dead need company too, you know. The folks here were forsaken by the living. At least I can make sure they're not lonely. My name's Huardok, and I'm the keeper of this place. I look after the dead, or at least try to. It used to be much easier where they stayed in one place. Now I need to keep making sure they don't stray too far from the cemetery. But I'm not complaining. A little exercise is good for the body. Dead, alive, what's the difference? I am here. I always have been, and I always will be, until the day I'm released from my service. Truth be told, I'm not quite sure. Has it been a long time since the wave came and swallowed the village? That was when people stopped coming here. It's like the sea washed away the memory of this place as well. I don't remember much of what happened afterwards. I must have fallen asleep for a while. Interested in local history, are you? Good, good. The memory of those who came before us should be preserved. I can let you in. There is a small fee of 5 gold coins, for the upkeep of the cemetery, of course. It's constant work, as you can clearly see, and my petitions for additional funds seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Bless you, kind stranger. Those old bones are not what they used to be. Here, just take the key. Be careful, though. There's evil dwelling in those crypts. Oh, and I hope I don't need to remind you not to rob any graves. It's terribly rude, and I'd rather not deal with the complaints.
careful there. Try not to step in the array. It's advanced magic. Very fragile. Me? Of course not. Slafter would be at least 300 years old. Why would you even ask that? Well, your guess is wrong. I'm not Slafter, although I do take an interest in his work. It's all very fascinating, you know. That man was ahead of his time. Necromancy. Ugh. Such a strong word. I do dabble in the dark arts, yes, but I wouldn't call myself that. Merely an adept of the darker arts. Slafter was a real necromancer. Fascinating man. Way ahead of his time. What isn't? He was the first one to experiment with death magic. It wasn't altogether forbidden, but those before him seemed to fear taking that step, either because of misplaced morals or superstition. They did not see, or maybe did not want to see, that death is merely an end, not the end like everyone thinks. You see, the dead, especially those who suffered sudden and violent deaths, rarely actually want to leave this world. Nearly everyone has regrets. Those don't go away just because you die. While more willful or vengeful individuals can abandon their humanity and continue as wraiths, most of the others need a bit of a nudge. And then they can go on. Of course, at the moment they lack cognition. But it's a work in progress. Stop. What I am doing is very important. Besides, I'm hardly hurting anyone. Anyone important, that is. But here is perfect. You don't understand. This land is steeped in violent death and misery. It creates a special kind of energy I won't find anywhere else. I can face anything they throw at me. My servants are capable enough. I cannot leave this place. I will not leave this place.
Oh, you're back. And? How did you like our crypts? I always found them impressive. And quite cozy. Yes, I felt that. He must have been surprised. People like him tend to forget that it can happen to them too. I guess I'll do what I always do. Clean up, put everyone back to sleep, and then take a little nap myself. Someone will come along again, sooner or later. We can't have them seeing such a mess, can we? Well, this master wasn't the first one. I'm sure he won't be the last. This place is very popular with their kind for some reason, and they always leave it in such a state. It's not like it would hurt them to pick up a few bones and put them back in place. If you want it to be, sure. But I don't mind you dropping by from time to time. We all appreciate the company here. Especially me. Although, I won't be able to have another chat with you for a while.
You just wait until they let me out. I'll beat you so hard your own mother won't recognize you. Come a little closer, so I can spit in your face. No one asks your opinion. I drink 'cause I want to. I drink 'cause guarding the empty gate is the most boring shit in the world. What's this here anyway, huh? Maybe I was drunk, but the gate was guarded. It's not your damn pin, I wouldn't even let you in. But all is not lost. We can still be friends. Listen, just pour something delicious down my throat, huh? And I'll forget this insult. I'm not guarding the gate now, am I? There's nothing wrong with having a little sip, right? Come on, don't be like that. Just a drop. That's all I ask. As for me to decide if you don't want me to help with such a tiny thing, then get out of my sight. May you throw bars to the bone, you grateful bastard.
Yes? Did you find out what's been happening out there? Great. A necromancer. Just what we needed. It wasn't the dark druid from the legends, was it? Good thing you got rid of him then. We already have the Dol Riada almost in our doorstep. We don't need an army of the undead on top of that. You did well. Maybe it's not so bad having you here. Unfortunately, no. You're capable and eager, and I appreciate that. Just between us, I wish I had more soldiers like you. We'd bring the South back to its former glory in no time. But still, You've just arrived. It is what it is. If only it were that simple. You see, back in the old days, serving the horns of the South was considered the highest honor. There were the Knights of the Round Table, all right. And just below them were the Keepers. Chosen by the sea, bound by an oath, recruited from the best. Beautiful times, long before I enlisted. But now, if you have a coin and a pecker, you can be named a Keeper. Of course, if the captain agrees. But I just mentioned the coin, didn't I? Yes, I do. But this one's dangerous. Some time ago, I sent one of my men out to bring back a deserter. But he's been gone a while, and there's no sign of him. So now, I need someone to find both of them. And I'm not sending any more of my own men. Less often than you'd think. The punishment for desertion is death. So, even if some of the lads decide that taking the oath was a mistake, they usually learn to live with their regrets. If not, well, it's good to have a reminder once in a while. My best guess would be somewhere near the abandoned stronghold far to the north. But beware. Our men on the walls are convinced they'd seen dense clouds of the weirdness forming near that damned place. It's not an easy task, so yes, if you make it back, that will be more than enough to prove your resolve. That's between her and the captain. Were it up to me, she'd be long gone. Her presence here distracts my men. Sure it is. What? You think anyone here would bother building a monument to King Arthur's sword just so the place would look fancier? Why don't you go ahead and try? We used to get a lot of visitors back in the day. The pilgrims who came to pray at the Temple of the All-Mother would often travel to the keep to see the sword. Some of them prayed to it too. It all stopped after the temple was abandoned. A shame, really. People should know their history. Legend says that it was King Arthur's dying wish to have his sword brought here, so the South would never forget their people will always be under Camelot's protection. Why not? Nobody except King Arthur can wield it. So with him gone, it's nothing more than a pretty trinket. And people here need a reminder that Camelot is still watching over them. He's not our first line of defense. The archers are. And no offense, Odron, but let's just say we can afford to lose him. I'm sure the hordes of visitors clamoring at our gates can survive the insult. It used to belong to the keep. You could say it was its beating heart. That village was where our lighthouses led the ships, and where the workers lived with their families. Ah, those must have been the days. But then the ships stopped coming. There were less and less new keepers, and the others left looking for a better life. Until, at last, the sea took most of it. What else was there to do? There weren't enough people to live there, and nobody wanted to anyway. Not since the monsters started coming out of the sea. We wiped out most of them, but new ones showed up every now and then. Marg, our hunter, keeps an eye on the place. You can talk to him if you want. Depends on your idea of interesting. There's a weird statue with a gong, but I'm not sure how much of it is left. Other than that, probably just damp rubble. I don't know. Ask Marg. I'm pretty sure he just sits there all day instead of hunting. No wonder we've been eating nothing but fish.
Stay sharp. I'm not scared of you. Didn't see that coming. Taking down bigger foes.
Hello there. And please, be on your way. Even though I'm sure you're fascinating, we're not really in the mood to spend time with any new companions right now.
Incredible. Just let me know if you're interested. I'll be able... Have you ever heard of Rusty Ardgal? A couple of months ago, he slaughtered some important red priests and their guards, so Camelot put a sizable bounty on his head. I'll mark on the map where Ardgal and his gang were last seen. I'm curious if you'll be able to handle him. I heard he's one tough son of a bitch.
There's another blow to our already decimated garrison. Peace be with them. Do I want to know how they died? I understand. Thank you. There's this weird thing there. What's so important about meeting Brandon that keeps you here? You came from nowhere, started helping around, and got paid jack shit for your struggle. Honestly, I have no idea why you stick around despite my best efforts to drive you away. I see. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. But please accept my apologies first. I know I royally screwed you over on that last job. I just had to know if you'd make a run for it when the going got tough. And it will get tough real soon if we don't take care of a certain issue. If we fail now, there's a high likelihood we'll be hanged by the end of the month. Let me explain. Camelot isn't happy with the situation in the south, and I just heard they've sent a Knight of the Round Table, Galahad the Pure, to investigate what's going on here. I don't know what they want to investigate, especially since they've been giving us the silent treatment for months. But if a knight is coming here, well, there's something serious going on. The truth is that you can't see the captain because he's not here. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell anyone. And if I wasn't wrong about you, and I can count on your help, I'll tell you where he went. You just have to promise me that this entire charade stays between us, or Galahad will hang the entire garrison when he arrives. Brandon went to the All-Mother's Temple to speak with the Dalriata. I don't know what he wanted to achieve. I assume he wanted to negotiate a ceasefire, or maybe he wanted to rile them up against a common enemy, the scum that roam our lands. But right now, I'm not sure he's even alive. And that would make my situation considerably worse. And if he is alive, then Camelot and many keepers would consider his actions treason. If you really care that much about seeing him, you'll have to find a way to their camp and enter the temple. I don't even know if it's possible to get inside their camp and make it out alive. But if you do manage to get back here somehow, I'll owe you an ale at Ron's. That's it. I consider our deal done.
I'm not talking to you, birdface. Get lost. Don't even look at me. You want something from me, you just wait. You come here crawling on your knees and I still won't talk to you. Are you happy now? Sober and all? 'Cause I'm not.
What's that noise? You're finished! Stay sharp. This is a lucky day!
Jeg ser dem forlade jordbærsten. Eller kom en spiller sit spil. Jeg vil den morgen med slå det
We'll make short work of you. We're not alone. Road ends here. We'll make short work of you.
Prepare for battle!
Keep your wits about you.
I've taken down bigger foes!
Is that supposed to hurt?
We have company. Your wealth is ours.
Keep your wits. This is going to hurt.
Stay focused. We'll make sure you do, yeah. I'm not. Stay sharp.
You're not Del Rita. I can see you're not Del Rita. I mean, I don't know all Del Rita, but you don't look like us. Don't even smell like us. You're brave. Not many are brave enough to come here. Bravery is the most important thing for us, you know? That's what my brother says. Every Del Rita needs to be brave, and you are, even though you're not a Del Rita. Thereof can make sparkles. No one else in the camp can do that. I saw Therov's magic once. He used it to kill a man during a raid. Poof! There wasn't much left of him. He looked like a roast pig. Therov once talked about a whisper in the dark. That he wants to follow that voice and kill it. Sounds like it could be a decent fight. I don't understand much. He's pissed off because he has to sit on his ass in camp. Because those are the orders. To sit here and keep watch. And he wanted to slay a monster. The Whispering One. But he can't. That's all. Roder's not here. I don't know where he went. He got up and left in the night. And that's the last we saw of him. He's very wise. He's the pride of the Svein tribe. But he's not here. He went somewhere. And I don't know when he'll come back. They call me Sobder. I made my tribe proud when I was a child. My father left me in the woods for a night. Wolves came. When he came back for me in the morning, I was already making a burrow in a wolf's belly. With these very nails. I really miss my brother. He's as proud of me as our tribe is of him. I can't leave my post. One Eye's orders. He said, not a step outside this camp, or I'll rip your legs off. Understood? I really like my legs. And I wouldn't want them ripped off. So I can't use them to go look for my brother. You're not worried about your legs? You don't like them attached to your body? If you say so. He went there. I saw him at night when he snuck out. You'll find loads of bandits there. So that's where I'd be looking, if I could. You're not Del Rita, but I like you. Your ancestors must have been great people. Still doesn't tell me anything. First, you showed up here like a dimwit. Now you're walking around camp like it's nothing. I look into your eyes and I don't know whether you're made of steel or you're just a fool. But you're here. And Sobder didn't chop you to pieces with his axe. The runes, they seem to favor you, even though you're an outsider. I guess that has to be enough, for now. It's still more than you should expect. If you need something, talk to Varan. She's in charge. The woman. What of it? The Del Rita are not Camelot. We don't make women wear frocks and sit at home. Our women have names. And if they have names, It means they earned them like all other Rita. Varan was chosen by One Eye, and One Eye doesn't make mistakes. I don't need to tell you anything. Just wait and see for yourself. When the South is free from Arthur's dogs, as it should be. Sub there talks a lot, but there's not much wisdom in what he says. But he's right. If not for the orders, I would have gone searching for the Mistbearer long ago. Even the druids don't know shit about those creatures, but we talked a lot about them in my tribe. Everyone from Feud wants to face one of those wraiths, and I'd love to get my hands on one of their corpses. Those are priceless and can be used for strong magic. It is death and magic. It draws its power from the ancient mist. Of those who went hunting for it, only a scant few ever returned to their tribes. Let Therov tell you a story. We had a hero in Feud, an undefeated warrior who was as good with his axe as he was with the magical word. At the mere sight of him, villages surrendered without a fight. And some even begged for his protection. Had he been born later, he might have beaten One Eye to the unison of the tribes. A Mistbearer was seen on the outskirts of one of the villages. So, our hero went to hunt for it. He came back, mad. We had to take his name and give him death, so at least some of his honor remained in the tribe's memory. Look for the mist, and in the mist, for antlers and an evil eye. They say its feet don't touch the ground, though those are the words of the madman who somehow survived an encounter with it. Our scouts mentioned a thickening of the weirdness due west of here. That's where Therov would go if he were allowed. The Stray wants to impress the Del Rita, to show courage and goodwill. So be it. The words were spoken. Now I'll wait for proof of the deed. Go. Bring glory to your ancestors. Therov will be waiting.
Oi, keep your hands where I can see them. You've got balls to come here, but one wrong move and you'll lose them. Ha! That son of a bitch. I once smacked him in the mouth after he tried to sick his wolves on me. Bloody ghostly shite. Pfft. You also play around with filthy magic like your friend? Good, but don't think that'll make me like you. What are you doing here? Then you have a problem, because the temple now belongs to One Eye, and he told us to sit here on our arses and make sure no one goes inside. So, you're not going inside. But I really hope you'll try. At least I can warm myself up by chopping off your head. While you're here, why don't you make yourself useful? I'm sitting here like some wimp as if I pissed off Matire herself, and I can't even go hunting. But you, I see, have arms, legs, eyes, and even a weapon. There's loads of game around, and I need you to kill a bear, and bring me its pelt and its claws. Our leader, and soon the leader of all Dalriata. He doesn't piss about trying to make deals with Camelot, but fights for what we're owed. With fire and iron, he will unite all the tribes, and then we'll march on the capital. That's what cowards say, and the war with Camelot has been going on for a long time. One Eye only wants to end it.
Oh, look at you. We all thought you were a madman, or just saft in the heat to go snooping around a camp like that, and now here you are. So, you want something, or you just came here to stare? I know of him. I heard he's a decent warrior, but he's no Volker, so I can't tell you any more than that. Aye, that and I've no time for bullshit, so keep it short and sweet unless you want a taste of my axe. I should tell you that because the temple now belongs to the Del Reader. Nobody goes in unless I say so, and you don't strike me as a godly sort of person. What do you want from there anyway? Aye, you do. At least as long as I'm standing between you and that temple, unless you'd rather fight. Which I'd be all for, by the way. This place is boring as a red prick sermon. Spoken like you were born and raised in Timberwall. Why should I even bother talking to you?
This is gonna hurt. Is that supposed to hurt?
Why won't you die already? What are you talking about? Are you insane? This is a weirdworm, the biggest I've ever seen. I almost smashed it into the ground, but the damn thing just won't die. And I, Druid of the Sven tribe, must kill it, or die with honor. Sobder. I know that name. Ah, the half-wit. Oh no, this won't do. There's too much emotion.
I have to do something about it. Fight, you animal!
Who goes there? Give up now!
Oh, it's you. Do you have any news about my brother? Attacked you? Didn't you tell him the secret password? That's not possible. What madness made him not recognize his friend's call? Shh! Don't say that out loud! Or the Del Rita. Madness is worse than death. Death is natural and final, so it must be honorable. There's nothing honorable in madness. Please, take this axe. It belonged to my brother. He gave it to me for safekeeping. Well, he won't be needing it anymore. And you've proven your bravery. Thank you for going after him when I couldn't. Grodir died from your blade? You did the right thing, according to Del Rita custom. You're earning Therov's respect. So be it. The runes were speaking truth. The Stray defeated the one who whispers in the mist. You're not a Del Rita, but you have Therov's respect. That's something not everyone can do. But you've proven that you're not everyone. Though Therov is angry that you killed him. Therov never asked for anything. The Stray asked about Mistbearers, so I answered, as honor demands. That you caught the prey before Therov, I have to live with. There would have been a lot of talk about it in feud. That's what Therov is angry about. That's a lot of good you've brought me.
Well, a good craftsman would have made solid armor, but we don't have any here.
You son of a... Don't you listen to Therov? You ever seen his bare arse? He glows in the dark. But that's what magic does to you. Damn food filth.
Ulfr. The runtiest dogs always bark the loudest.
What was that, you sparkly whelp? The whole of food is an insult to the Dalariata. Finally, we agree on something.
You made the right choice. Therov has always known the Stray is wise. There's something here for you, too. In feud, we reward courage and smart thinking. Go. Bring glory to your ancestors. Therov will be waiting.
Good. Not only have you proven that you're willing to put in the work, but more importantly, you've proven that you're about as competent as a teenager for my tribe. That means I can share the effects of my tribe's craftsmanship with you. I'll have to admit that, for a Stray, you're not half bad with that iron of yours, even though it's crap. Maybe for slaughtering sick cattle, but not for fighting. There's no better iron than a Riata axe. Tell you what, I'll teach you how to make one. And if you do good, I might even tell Vran that you're not the worst of the Strays. Not bad. Not really good either, but definitely not bad. It's good to know you're not as incompetent as the rest of your tribe. I'll make sure Vran knows about this.
My men tell me you've been nothing but helpful since you came here. Good. I'm impressed. I must say you've proved yourself worthy of walking among us. One Eye would definitely like to meet you. You may enter the temple as a friend of the Delrida. May Mother grant you an honourable death.
We need to agree on a plan. Camelot will soon realize that something is wrong.
Don't fret. The Dalriada value honor over life. And we gave you our word.
Aren't you aware that taking the temple was the worst possible idea? This will only quicken Camelot's intervention. If they send Galahad...
We will treat him like any other enemy of the tribes. And taking control of the temple was inevitable.
Why? Because you don't like the All-Mother? Or was this meant to be a provocation to warrant Camelot's invasion?
We believe in the same goddess, but we call her Mirror.
That doesn't answer my question.
I thought I heard something. You must have a lot of courage to come all the way here. Before I kill you, tell me, how did you manage to do it? That would explain why there was no bloodshed. I appreciate it, friend of the Dalriada. Perhaps I won't even kill you. They call me One Eye. If you went to the trouble of coming all the way here, I guess you must be looking for me. The captain isn't my prisoner. He is my guest. And I don't need to plan on dying today.
There, calm down. If he wants to talk to me, let him talk. What brings you here? Feargas is a good lad, but he doesn't understand just how deep in shit the South is, or what needs to be done to dig ourselves out of it. I'm doing business, but we should start from the beginning. Who's asking? Caradoc? I haven't heard that name for a very long time, but I do remember that years ago, I gave him a set of our pins. I see you wearing one now. But you don't look like a knight. And knowing him, I doubt you took this pin off his corpse. So, with that out the way, what brings you here? Galahad! That madman's coming here. Damn it. I met him once. He's no knight. He's a butcher. Bloody windfucker will fly from Camelot to the Horns just to hang half the garrison for whatever he himself perceives as disobedience or treason. And I can assure you, there won't be any investigating when he arrives. Oh, well, I knew I couldn't deceive them forever. See, I told you that if you didn't leave the damn temple alone, there'd be trouble.
He's welcome to come here.
Oh, I can't take it anymore. Do you see what I have to deal with here? Don't tell me you're that naive. Do you know how he got the moniker The Pure? He somehow got it into his thick head that evil is rampant everywhere and that it's best to purify it with fire. So he goes around setting everything on fire. Sure, it's pure afterwards because there's nothing left. Well, apart from the ashes of burned corpses, obviously, but that's not something anyone in Camelot cares about, is it? My arse is purer than that fellow, even right after I take a huge dump.
I cannot wait.
See? Both of them are crazy, mad as coots. And unless one of them comes to his senses, the entire South will go up in flames. It will be purified. That's for sure. But I don't plan on dying for Camelot's moronic ideas. The captain of the Horns of the South should support his people. Of course, traditionally, it means supporting Camelot as well. But what difference does it make which banner flies on that keep of ours, eh? Maybe I don't have a very traditional approach to leadership like Feargas does, but everything I do is for the good of my men. Who do you think persuaded those Camelot snobs to finance the rebuilding of the lighthouse under the guise of restoring the splendour of the South? Me, of course, and I was using that money to stockpile our supplies and strengthen our defences. I mean, who the hell needs a second lighthouse? Why was it built in the first place? If any northern nobles had ever deigned to move their asses to the south and think about it for 5 seconds, they'd have come up with it themselves, wouldn't they? What do you think? Striking a deal with the tribes is the only way for the Horns of the South to regain its former glory. With their fearless army and reserves of Weirdstone, combined with my business sense, we'll soon make the South independent of those leeches from the capital. If we allow the Del Rida tribes to settle in the South, they'll become a military force all of Avalon will have to reckon with. There will be no more bandits, no more crippling taxes for Camelot. People will be able to peacefully live out their days, no matter how many they have left. This is the only sensible solution. Only through an alliance with the tribes will we regain peace and independence. They'll take care of the fighting and I'll deal with the economy. The people of the South will finally be safe. No more hunger. No more waiting for the lordships in Camelot to kindly turn their coiffed heads in our direction. No more of our blood spilled in raids by desperate bandits. But that's enough talking for now.
Tell him about the crypt.
Why?
Anyone who found a way to get through my men deserves to know. Some people are swayed by arguments, but others need something more tangible. Your vision alone wouldn't persuade any of my people to fight, but I just needed to show them the crypt, and I quickly understood who has always been the true enemy.
I don't really have a choice, do I? In the sunken village, you'll find the entrance to Seawald's crypt. Everyone knows the story about the bad druids who sealed and flooded the place, which is true, but only up to a point. Well, it just so happens that my companion here broke those old seals and replaced them with his own.
Take the sigil.
Behind the statue, you'll find a place where it fits. You'll see that the story is a little different from what we've been telling ourselves. And if that doesn't convince you that the foundations upon which Camelot were built are more the colour of shit than ivory, nothing ever will. You can get into bed with Galahad for all I care.
Go there. See it with your own eyes. Then come back to us. I know we can count on your help.
With our initiative, Well, kid, I'm not gonna lie. You got some balls on you to just walk into a Del Reader hotbed. We have a moment to talk if you want. Everyone in the south knows that the keepers say a prayer to their patron every evening. As if Seawald had done anything apart from getting off the boat 600 years ago. The entire Horns of the South was built on the legends of the brave keepers from King Arthur's time. Go, see for yourself how much those legends are worth. That tomb is our bargaining chip, the ultimate argument in the discussion about who can be trusted. Anyway, you'll see it with your own eyes soon enough. I won't say any more. And who would they invade us with? Huh? Timberwall won't provide mercenaries because it wouldn't be profitable enough for them. The mines of Farsha have long collapsed, so Lady Kincaid's kingdom is dirt poor, and that won't change anytime soon, will it? At best, they only have enough of an army to protect their own borders. The villagers, they'd sooner kill any representative of Camelot who tried to draft them into the army. Although, if our plan succeeds, half of the island will want to come and live in the south. I'd have to introduce some kind of a process. Maybe let in those who have certain skills. The farmers will be useful. Something to think about. We won't be able to accommodate everyone, after all. I'm just thinking out loud. If everything goes according to my... our plan, the South may become a rather popular place to be. But the economy won't work if mining is slow, and there are lots of mouths to feed. I need to calculate the maximum population we could provide for with prosperity and security. If you think about it seriously for a bit, my presence at One Eye's side should be no surprise. The keepers will be given a choice. Either they stay with us, or they'll be relieved from their duty and free to go wherever they want. As I already said, I'm not overly attached to tradition. My keepers won't have to stay here for the rest of their lives. If we manage to make the South independent of Camelot, we won't need to hide, will we? Do you really think I'd say anything about my intricate plan to a guy who always does everything by the book? That's a good one. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fergus is a good lad. Dutiful, takes care of his people, and, he's loyal to Camelot. He's already guessed that I'm not one for tradition. I'm sure he'd be happy to see me fall from grace. What do you think? I'll let him do what he wants. If he comes at me with his sword, I'll defend myself. If he wants to stay and continue taking care of the keep, we'll be happy to have him. If he wants to leave, he can leave. I have nothing against him, as long as he doesn't stab me in my sleep, but that's not his style anyway. He'd rather challenge me to an honourable duel. Oh, fat chance of that. Go, do your thing, and remember to keep an open mind. Nothing in this world is what it seems.
Must have questions, and I still have time. Speak. He found me himself. He made contact with her nest. She deals with the acquisition of various goods. The captain is not a person who inspires confidence. Not among the Dalriada, at least. He uses flowery speech to paint incredible visions. But it's not enough to persuade us. For us, that's the substance that matters, not the style. Nest had him figured out. And it took me a year before I decided to meet him and hear his ideas. Being a leader obliges you to use language that is more understandable to the general public. If someone lets themselves be called in and imprisoned, they no longer belong with the Dalriada. We accept only one reason for leaving one's tribe: death. I don't doubt it. Yet, it still wasn't enough. I doubt your friend will find shelter among the tribes. But if they find his body, they'll bury it with respect. Provided, of course, that he died in battle. Every society has its laws. Ours doesn't know accept weakness. Why does the wolf feed the poacher? That's not hatred. The wolf doesn't know whether it's being killed for its pelt, or to serve as senseless proof of its murderous courage. It only knows that when it is attacked, it needs to defend itself and its young. We care about survival. The right to live. That's not much. Yes, that's a show of strength. So no one will ever question Camelot's supremacy. Look, we have vanquished the wild Dalriada. Don't even think about another revolt. That's the message they want to send. All under the guise of saving the temple. We tried. Previously, the captain and I were planning a more peaceful solution. Brandon was to find out how Camelot would feel about working together with the tribes. In return, they would, well, leave us be. No more holy wars. No more snatching our warriors for experiments in the island asylum. Fair accounting of the resources we mine. Recognition of our right to the forlorn swords. The land that was granted to us by an oath King Arthur himself swore to our ancestors. But if they'd rather provoke us into forcing the peace, so be it. I understand. I used to be like you. But I'm afraid that trying in vain to stay neutral would be an even worse solution. Ah, yes. We ended up there looking for a place for a camp. It was quite a coincidence. Get acquainted with what you find inside. I will not force any judgment on you. However, I believe you will know what to do next. If you have any other questions, you know where to find me.
Great work! I've got another job for you. Fingerless Comb is wanted for killing 2 keepers. I'll show you on the map where he might be hiding. I'm impressed. Would you like to track down more vermin? Senon the Giant robs travelers on the roads, and if he's not satisfied with the contents of their purses, he cracks their heads open. Here, I've marked where you can find him on the map.
are not him. You are different. I am Seawolf Firstfoot, the one who scouted the land before the traitor Arthur set foot on it. I was loyal. I was devoted. Arthur wanted more. Arthur betrayed me. Yes, it is my legacy. The Jewel of the South, the safe haven of honorable men. I've been here for so long, it doesn't matter anymore. We're stuck here, me and my men, between life and death. You can't free me through death. Many have tried. Yes, and grant death to all of my loyal soldiers. If you ever find a way, come to us. Grant us the mercy of death. The Dalriata promised me revenge. They understand what happened here. Everyone who comes here has the right to ask. I was the most loyal of Arthur's men. I was the first to go ashore and take on any danger that might arise in this new and unfamiliar land. Then came the war. I fought by his side, shielded him with my own body. I trusted him. But Arthur wanted more. Arthur longed to possess a power equal to that of our enemies. So Merlin decided our king must first become immortal. Only then could he achieve greatness. But Merlin needed volunteers. Trusted people to go first and make sure that his methods were effective. So we wouldn't risk Arthur's life in trying to grant him immortality. They thought I had died, so they buried me. Arthur's greed and Merlin's obsession made me what I am now. Arthur should have made sure. They thought I was dead, but I heard everything. I know there were others after me. I know that the king didn't hesitate to do anything to achieve his goal. He experimented on all the knights, abusing their oath. He told them it was for the greater good. Their lives, our lives, meant nothing to him. Then, he revealed what he really wanted to become. He tried to become one of them. He sacrificed the lives of the noblest of men, and this is the greatest possible betrayal. We cannot be helped, and we cannot be killed. The Dalriata promised to burn down Camelot, avenge the memory of all my brothers. Camelot was built on betrayal. People have the right to live in truth. But when Camelot falls, we will finally be free. Build a new world. Let the dead leave this one. Avenge us.
So, what do you think? Yes, it's all the facade, and it's just seawall. Think what else they must be hiding, huh? Really, there's no point in invoking tradition any longer, because it's worth shit. The only thing that matters is safety and loyalty towards the one who can provide it. Now I'd say it looks like someone needs to die. And somehow, you unwittingly became the most important person in the region because your decision will change how the entire situation unfolds. Galahad needs to die, of course. That will solve some of our problems. We'll say he got himself into trouble, and then we'll sweep the entire matter under the rug. We'll be able to continue our talks with the tribes. By the time someone in Camelot finally gets off their ass and comes to investigate what's happening here, it'll be too late. Why are you acting so surprised? I mean, it's either him or us, right? If we allow him to nose around here, he'll quickly find out about my plan for advancing the south. And if he does find out, I promise I'll drag you down with me. I mean, you are a friend of the Del Reader, aren't you? I doubt there is any other way that wouldn't result in full-blown war between Camelot and the tribes. And without half our garrison ended up burnt or on a stake for treason or some other nonsense. Meanwhile, I can't afford to target any of them myself, or it would complicate the situation even further. As you see, you're the only one that can do it, so I'll leave the choice to you. Good luck. You go ahead and I'll placate the horns and make sure the men don't suspect anything. Yeah?
Check it out. They did it. Somebody did it.
Impossible.
See, someone's here.
Damned morons.
Nobody could be stupid enough to actually fall for this.
And yet...
Hey, you there! We can't exactly see you because, you know, we're dead, but we can sense that you're here, so...
Congratulations! You've made it to the sacred site of knowledge!
Is that what we called it? I can't believe this shit. They actually fell for it. I can't believe it.
I know, right? Traveller, the knowledge you seek, the knowledge we druids decided to share with you is that...
You can kiss our dead magical asses and get the hell back to wherever you came from.
Now scram! Oh yeah, I forgot. They always need answers, don't they?
Right.
What did you expect? A monster fight? Some grand artifact to carry you back home? No monsters here. At least none you can fight.
Yeah, you people and your treasures.
You remembered to take something with you?
Not really.
Here! Here's your artifact.
You must carry it with you at all times or else. I can't. I just can't. Yeah. Now scrap. Someone's out there. Who goes it? Someone's out there! The road ends here! That's all you've got! Oh, is that something?
goes there? I hope this is important. Otherwise, you're going to burn, along with my useless personal guard, getting punishment for wasting my time. Depends on who's asking and what they want. All right, just be quick. I'm not known for my patience. He does. And he sent you to do it, I presume. Don't give me that face. I'm too old to fall for that kind of crap. You want me to believe that you're here to warn me? Why? Out of the goodness of your heart? Don't make me laugh. Brandon is too smart to tell nobody his plans. If word of such treason got out, his own quartermaster would have thrown him in jail. I don't know who you are, but it seems he thought you were stupid enough, or disposable enough, to challenge a knight of the Round Table. What did you say? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. So what? Were you expecting a reward for telling me this? Pouch of shiny gold coins? That's the problem with you peasants. You crave tales about honor and great men, and yet you're never able to live up to them. It's actions, not words, that make a man. That make a knight. You should have brought me Brandon's head if you expected me to believe you. Ugh, I've had enough of you. Your face, your smell, the stench of a traitor makes me sick. Now, draw your weapon. At least you can die with honor, you disgusting mongrel.
slowly running out of bandits in the area, but I've still got something for you. Silent Celia. She got that nickname because she likes to silence people by slitting their throats. You should find her in this area.
Yes? How did it go? Bastards. If this is how they behaved when they were all still alive, it makes more and more sense that people got fed up with them. But I don't get it, you know? Think about it. You have all this knowledge. You're practically a god among men, and yet you treat them like this. Why wouldn't you let the chosen few in on the secret? Why wouldn't you share the mystical arts, or even just let them observe? How are we supposed to figure these things out for ourselves? It would have been beneficial for all of us if their writings, their rituals, and their deeds weren't written in code, if they were easier to understand. Mistletoe? Really? They gave you a mistletoe? It's just a useless piece of shit, and a parasite at that. Really nice way of proving their point that we're unworthy of their knowledge. What? Changed? Changed how? Is it bad? Oh no. No. This is not good. Shit. We already have the undead, the weirdness, and the Del Rita to worry about. We don't need yet another problem on our hands. Besides, it's a known druidic site. What if news of something happening there reaches the Red Priests? They are ruthless in pursuing any remaining druids. If they find out about my interests, I'll be done for. We don't do anything because I still can't leave the keep. You need to find a druid and make him reverse this somehow. Not all of them. Quite a few have gone into hiding. Some have joined the Picts in the woods. Others live solitary lives in the wilderness. I wish I could meet them. Their knowledge is invaluable, you know? Shame what they did to them. 2, actually, but they're nothing more than that. Ideas. There's a man who refused to leave the sunken village and somehow survived. It's as if the monsters don't see him, which is impossible. He must be hiding something, and since this place was sunk by the druids, well, you know where I'm going with this, right? And of course there's the tomb. I'm not sure how much of this is true, but I heard a rumor that not long after the Charred Conclave, druids started arriving at something they call the tomb of a good druid. But that damned place is far, far to the north. I don't think I need to warn you that the road is dangerous, do I? Whatever you decide, good luck. Please let me know when it's done. Otherwise, I won't be able to focus. I just hope nobody gets seriously ill right now.
Wanderer in the sunken village? You must be lost. Back in the day, you just needed to look at the stars and you'd know where you were going. Now even they are misplaced. I guess I'm just an old man listening to the sound of the sea and looking into the ashes. It's all the same. It's important, at least for me. Long ago, I decided to wait for something to happen. So, I'm waiting. For what's ahead of me. But I can feel that it's closer than ever. Everything that's around us. It's not yet the end. And that thought really bothers me. It's the cycle of life. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you're afraid, it means you're struggling with something too much, my friend. Sometimes you just need to sit and look. Watch everything turn. Monsters. I think you misunderstand. I don't see any monsters here. Only lost villagers. Still clinging to their home. It's sad, but as you can see, not much depends on us. The world just keeps on happening. And you happen along with it. They were given some time which they've tried to use as much as they could. That's all. I'm glad they allow me to stay here despite what happened. I like this place. Beautiful scenery, The sunken village was not always sunken. But one day, someone, undoubtedly important, made a decision, undoubtedly necessary, that it would be better to make it so. So the wave came and made the village into the sunken village. And its inhabitants, well, you can see for yourself. I know that some druids did it. Specific individuals, although their names have long been forgotten. This is no great mystery, my friend. You'd have to ask those responsible for the flood. Who knows what's going through people's heads? Maybe someone ordered them to do it. And we'll never know. That's a good question. Maybe they burned during the Charred Conclave. Maybe not. Nevertheless, the punishment was delivered and justice prevailed. Once again, the world was made a better place. At least that's what those who set fire to the stakes preach. All in the name of the Word. Among others. This wouldn't have happened if not for Camelot's desperation. Many tragic decisions were made. I don't know if the word was so unambiguous, or if its interpretation failed. What happened on the fields of the Charred Conclave wasn't just about the flood, my friend. It was about things and forces we don't understand. Long enough ago for people to have no chance of discovering why it happened. And yet recently enough that this place still reminds us of it. Perhaps I was sitting on the same deck then, eating my afternoon snack. Or perhaps I was begging on the cobbled streets of the royal city. In short, it doesn't matter. Now the village is what it is, and the past has washed away. At least it can still be home for them, and I'll stay and look. These are interesting times indeed. I have everything I need, the entire world in one place. There is something you could help me with. A small favor. I have a friend who made a home for himself in a pretty nice place. Quite a spacious cave underneath the keep. Beautiful view, peaceful and quiet. Every now and then, I brought dressed some fish so the poor guy wouldn't starve to death. If you would be so kind as to do it for me this time. I haven't been able to visit him for a while now. He has druidic knowledge. He also talks and looks like a druid. I'd say he is one, even though he tries to be someone else. Because helping people is a decent thing to do, my friend. Tell him I said hello.
Finally! Do you want me to starve to death just because I can command the primordial forces of nature? Doesn't mean I don't need to eat. Oh, you're not Hob. I promise to answer all of your questions, no matter how annoying or asinine they might be. But first, do you have any food? Oh dear. Yes, food. That stuff you put in your mouth to make sure your body doesn't wither and die, you know? Fish, meat, vegetables, bread. Oh, some bread would be especially nice. But I'll take anything, really. Thanks. I'll be forever indebted to you. But don't expect much. The only payment I can offer you is seashells, or, you know, access to an infinite well of ancient druidic wisdom. I'd rather you choose wisdom. I threw out my collection of seashells a few days ago after I stepped on them with my bare feet. Much better. Time for a nap. Oh, except you're still here. Oh no, don't tell me you still have questions. Do you now? Oh, I'm intrigued. Go on. What appears to be the problem? And I gather it was supposed to happen? No, don't worry, I'm not judging. What you do in your spare time is between you and your conscience. Anyway, please continue. Aha, one of those. They used to be very popular back in the day. A few friends of mine once spent weeks trying to decide what they thought would be the best prank in history. They had everything. A charred scroll and a malicious spirit trapped and ready to summon. Then they even came up with their own potion. Oh, poor sods. Oh, well, they decided to check if it worked. Unfortunately, it turned out that the spirit was angrier than expected, and that the potion made a person more susceptible to possession. To this day, I'm glad I was too busy to end up disemboweled on the forest floor. Funny you should say that, because a lot of the elders thought as much. Doing pranks like that was usually heavily discouraged, which was probably one of the reasons why they became so popular. God's damned southern druids! I dread to think what they were doing in that place. Don't worry, it's probably nothing a good cleansing can't fix. I guess I could, but what's in it for me? Now you're talking. If you don't mind, I'll take my payment up front. Splendid. Meet me at the cromlech. I will need your assistance with the ritual.
Stay sharp!
made a big mistake.
Stay focused! You're up! My arm has never failed me. Did that hurt? Good.
Earth beneath me, sustaining all life. Air around me, inspiring all life. Fire above me, infusing all life. Water within me, soothing all life. Bring deep peace to this sacred site.
You have no right to be here. Do you really think you can cleanse the great cromlech with your filthy soul? Pathetic.
Who do you think you are? My soul will do just fine, arrogant wretch.
You'd know a thing or two about arrogance, wouldn't you, Dressed? I see you haven't changed one bit.
Knowing my name doesn't give you any right to claim familiarity with me.
Oh, I know more than just your name. After all, you once called me your little sprout. I was only a child when you left, but I remember you well. I remember the pain and sadness you caused. I even tried writing to you, begging you to come back, hoping it would make everything better. How stupid I was.
Iona? Is it really you? Oh my God. What have you done to yourself?
What have I done to myself? This is all your fault. And you shouldn't put any faith in this one. Unless you want to be stabbed in the back. It's just what he does. He ruins things. My life, my mother's life, for whom we're all just a means to an end. How did you, of all people, escape the Charred Conclave? Why did it have to be you, you worthless traitor?
No matter what you think of me, I will not apologize for surviving.
You bloody well should. He killed my mother. He used her, stole her knowledge, and then made her into a showpiece for him and his druid friends to gossip about. And as if that weren't enough, he brought the Red Priests to our home.
That's nonsense. I would never.
Nonsense? And how do you think they found us? The druids wanted nothing to do with my mother until you came along. She was a Bandrui, one of the few women in history who completed the druidic rite of passage. But instead of being celebrated, she was vilified. The other druids detested her for merely existing. She led a very lonely life, until Drast came along. He was the first one to approach her as a fellow druid, curious about her achievements. Except that was also a damn lie.
It wasn't. I swear it wasn't. I just wanted to meet her.
Shut up! Stop lying! What difference does it make? My mother was special, and he was a nobody. The bastard pretended to love her, and then just left, discarded us both like we meant nothing. Mother was heartbroken, even more so when she found out that her beloved made a name for himself at her expense. When the priests came, she didn't even put up a fight. I wanted to be like my mother, to stop feeling so helpless. But I failed the ritual. I was too angry, too desperate, and too focused on getting revenge on my so-called stepfather. It quickly overwhelmed me. I ended up like this.
Foolish girl. Your mother was exceptional. Just because you're her daughter doesn't mean you could succeed.
If only you were there, so I could ask you. But you were not, because you left us. Sadly, it does. But there's a different way to do it. I managed to salvage some of my mother's work about the rite of passage. She believed that a failed ritual could be completed with a human sacrifice. A life for a life.
Don't do this, Iona. It will ruin you. Please, you can't let her. There must be something else that can be done.
Oh, so now you care. You can stop pretending, Drast. We both know it's not me you're worried about. You catch on quickly, don't you? Yes, I want justice for me and for my mother. I want him to pay for his crimes. His measly life for mine. The life that he put in danger in the first place. It's a fair trade, isn't it? I knew you'd understand. I hope you do too, Drast. This life is the least you owe me. I feel odd, like I've lost something. When I was in the cromlech, everything around me was so vivid, but now it's gone, muted. I'm not sure what I feel anymore. It did. See? I can heal you now. Just like my mother could. She had a gift for the healing arts. I hate to admit it, but it was Drast who encouraged her to continue her studies. She hadn't been, well, before he showed up in our lives. No, of course not. He deserved it for taking advantage of my mother, for betraying our trust. It's just that he did make her happy, at least for a little while. There was a time when I used to hope he'd come back one day. I thought he cared about us, at least a little. Did he even know what happened to my mother? What happened to me? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I've become what I always wanted to be. I'd like to continue my mother's work, but I can't, can I? Not unless I'm willing to be hunted and vilified, Mostly I feel hollow and more alone than ever before. It should be, but I'll make sure all the traces of darkness are gone. It wasn't just me, you know. The ground here was steeped in vile energies. They must have resonated with my anger when I tried to complete the rite. That might even be one of the reasons I failed. Ah, well, thank you for helping me complete it. I'm glad to hear that. I promise I won't waste the chance you gave me. Farewell.
Something special for you. Bromar No Face of the Del Rita. That savage cut down an entire unit of Camelot infantry. Killing him would greatly benefit the capital. As always, I've marked his last known location on the map.
I figured it out! I figured it out! The mistletoe! Oh, how could I have been so blind this whole time? It's obvious, don't you see? They weren't laughing at me, do you see? They were telling me to embrace the part that I play in the world. The part that we all play in the world. Listen, mistletoe was their sacred plant, right? We know it's a parasite, and in extreme situations can even kill the tree on which it grows. Why would you worship a parasite? I finally got it. They realize that if everything goes well, it has minimal effect on the tree. Sometimes it's even able to give something back. Even better, it's evergreen, so birds can feed off it in winter. And even though it's poisonous to humans, druids were able to make medicine out of its fruits. Do you see? It's so obvious that it's no wonder the answer eluded us all. It's not about the mystical arts, the scrolls, or the rituals. That's all smoke and mirrors. It's about observing nature and drawing the right conclusions. Mistletoe feeds off the tree, but it doesn't just take. It gives back, just like we all do. We always take from something. The trick is to give back more than we take. That's meant to be our role in the world. Yes, it's about understanding our place in the world as parasites, but useful ones. There's no more knowledge to gain besides what's already here. The trick is, we need to learn to see it. This is my new quest. Thank you for initiating this discovery. Oh, that's a relief. Maybe I should just give all that druidic stuff a rest. Seems like it's nothing but trouble. On the other hand, there's nothing else interesting to do around here. Anyway, what happened there? A what? Oh, you know, if you didn't want to tell me, you could have just said so instead of making fun of me. Oh, I see. That sounds dramatic. Then I guess it's best if we put all this behind us. Maybe I'll finally be able to unwind a little. And there's still the mistletoe. I think it has a meaning, and I might be getting closer to grasping it.
Dozens of the best Del Reader warriors are holding the temple.
I'm sure that when Galahad arrives, we will be able to defeat them together. I know it won't be easy, but it is the only way.
Can't you see that One Eye will stop at nothing to destroy Camelot and all its representatives, including us?
I wouldn't expect anything else from that bunch of savages. What they consider their greatest power is, in fact, their greatest weakness. Their blind fury is no match for the tactics of Camelot's army.
What bloody tactics? What are you on about? It's like talking to a bloody wall. You're here, finally. Tell me you have good news, or I'm gonna lose it.
What?
Phew. One less thing to worry about.
Traitor! You are both traitors!
Feargas, calm down. For obvious reasons, I couldn't tell you anything about this, and judging by your reaction, I were right. You have to understand, it were the only reasonable solution to the situation we're in.
Reasonable? No reason could excuse such treachery.
Not even a full-blown war between Camelot and the tribes unfolding on our territory, in the haze of the weirdness as well.
Camelot is our sovereign. Sovereigns don't betray their subjects, and the subjects shouldn't betray their sovereigns. We have served Camelot since the foundation of the Horns of the South. If we are to fall, we should fall under Camelot's banner.
Please, just stop that drivel. Camelot decided we can't handle our orders. And we can't, because instead of sending us decent recruits, they send drunkards, scum, and thieves. Anyone who are left in the villages after the army has already taken the ones who are any use. And what do Camelot do? They send their butcher to motivate us. And how does Galahad motivate people?
But...
Do you really want people to burn on the stake because their boots weren't shiny enough, do you?
I won't listen to this anymore.
Phew, that wasn't so bad. He feels slighted, and we need to give him time to think it over, but I'm sure he'll eventually understand. Thank you for the help. Without you, this could have ended tragically. Now, I have to figure out how to deal with the tribes, but in a way that works for us. And I have to explain all of this to my men. I don't know which of those things will be more difficult, to be honest. Yes, you were sent here by Caradoc. Where is he, anyway? He probably did. And what did he send you here for? Ah, right. See, the problem with Excalibur, or indeed any of King Arthur's blades, is that you need to prove you're worthy of wielding it. How are you supposed to do that? Hell knows. But if Caradoc sent you here, I think I know what he might have wanted you to try. You see, there are many different legends. According to one of them, there are a few places on Avalon where you can prove yourself worthy, whatever that means. And one of those places, as you can probably guess, is nearby. Have you seen the old gong in the sunken village? Well, many years ago, when people still went to the woods for a shit instead of using a privy, it was part of a certain ritual. Only the people who passed the ritual could become keepers. Well, none of the living keepers were recruited that way, so we don't really know what happens during the ritual. That's why Galahad now appoints keepers and the captain chooses them. It's just safer that way. I only know that you need to sound the gong and then lie down to sleep at its base. If you wake up, I mean, when you wake up again in the morning, you'll know you've been deemed worthy. Unfortunately, the gong is broken, so first you'll need to find a way to fix it, and since it's made of weird steel, that's not going to be easy, is it? Fortunately, Oshbrit should be able to help you. A little bird told me he likes to play with weird steel when nobody's looking. Just tell him I sent you, and he won't give you any trouble. Well, I'm not going to lie. From what I've heard, many people never woke up. They fell into eternal slumber, so that's why we abandoned the tradition. And those who woke up were changed, and none of them ever wanted to say exactly what happened there. Then you'll have to find someone smarter than me, because I already told you everything I know. Well, of course they tried. It turns out that the keepers who passed the ritual could hold it longer than anyone else. Maybe it'll be enough for what you need, and maybe something entirely different will happen. It's your risk and your decision. Go, and may the southern wind be in your favour. If you need anything from the old captain, you know where to find me.
Why would you want to fix it? Do you even know what it is? Take some advice from an old man. There's a giant ancient statue that somebody tried to turn to dust. They must have had a good reason for it. Well, you put it that way, then I suppose I have to tell you the truth. Otherwise, the terror from the sea will bite me in the ass while I bathe. Of course, I can fix it. You just have to bring me what remains of that monstrosity. And some weirdstone. The problem is that there was only one source of weirdstone in the south. The Great Mine. But since the entrance collapsed, well, it looks like you're out of luck.
Before you go, I would like to ask you one thing. Who are you? I understand. I see you. I hear you. And I have a feeling that you will find what you are looking for. Farewell. And thank you for visiting me, my friend. You can come keep me company whenever you want.
The sunsets here are beautiful.
How did you... Oh, forget it. I don't even want to know. Just give me a moment. Here. That should do it. Do whatever you need to, if you're really sure about this. But please try to come back alive. I have nothing to tell you. I could try to talk you out of it, but I guess that wouldn't work.
Easy, my ally. Let me talk to him.
I assume you came for what you entrusted me with last time.
I can see that you know me, but I am a mere shadow of my true self. I don't remember you, Lord of the Seas. Forgive me.
That's what you told me, my friend. When we next see each other, you will not remember me. But you are here now. The will and the power led you back to this place. Tell me, are you worthy of retrieving what you left under my protection?
Lord of the Seas, to be worthy, I must become whole. I will humbly accept your judgment.
That's what I wanted to hear. Take the sword. Remember.
Finally, I can see through the mist. Yes, I know who I am. I know what must be done. I am Arthur Pendragon, the once and future king. I am the one who brought people to Avalon. I am the one responsible for their fate. I will once more be their salvation. Caradoc. I know this name, but my memories are still clouded. It rings hollow, like an echo. I am not yet fully myself. You have found but a part of me. And I have seen what you have seen. Pain, struggle, desperation. Once, the people of this land trusted me. It is my responsibility to reward this trust and to safeguard the future of Avalon. Now I understand what was burning so hot inside me. I need to save this realm. But I need your help, my friend. Will you lend me your strength once more? Ask, and I will answer truthfully. That is the least I can do. Seawall. Loyal Seawall. Did it really come to that? I do not remember. But you must understand. War with the Foredwellers demanded great sacrifices. This I know, very deep inside. But if we had not sacrificed, suffered, endured, it would all be for nothing. Every human on this island would be dead. Or worse. We had to survive. Oh, Seawall. I hope this is not true. But I cannot promise, young one. Is it possible? There is still so much I do not remember. I cannot say for certain, young knight. But I always tried to be fair while I reigned. And I always had good intentions. I had to do things that others were afraid to do. That is the price I had to pay to save my people. While the past is still an impenetrable mist, I will not ignore the call of this land. It needs saving now. You can see that as much as I can. I need to lead again. This time, I will correct any mistakes I made. This is my vow. This is not new. The crown comes with a heavy burden. It is hard to rule, but it is very easy to judge. But judgment does not interest me. Only saving my people. You will be able to decide for yourself, young one, once the time comes. I do not know, young one. My existence is a very complex construct. I feel neither human nor Foredweller. My soul feels as though it is trapped between worlds. How did this happen?
We need more of my memories to answer that question. Then arise, young knight. Together we will save this land. I will lend you my strength and my guidance. The journey ahead will be hard, but you have already proven yourself worthy.
Killing the Knight of the Round Table will have grave consequences. Camelot will arrive soon. But with your help, the captain remained at his post, continuing his schemes with the Dal Rita. Will his cunning save the people of the Horns of the South? Perhaps joining forces with One Eye could finally swing the balance of power and lead to independence on Avalon.